Good morning. That's a big fat gap. Just, oh, sorry. I'll get it up and running. All right. Struggling a bit to get out of my call side of my straddle this on the pre-market. I think the question's going to be, can we hold here? Because we are significantly above gamma max on SPXW. Like $15 above it. Would you consider this in the bull confirm range? No shit, dude. All right, let's see. There we go. All right. The biggest concentration of call interest right now is at 44.75. Support at 60 and 50. Although I suspect that most of the calls that are in the money currently were sold. I would expect Ivy to come back up here. I think. Cash account. Yep. I don't think Tesla's anywhere near GM. GM on Tesla is 254. When I buy GME, it goes down. When I don't buy GME, it goes up. Well, there was a lot of pressure on a pretty illiquid position this morning. Is it wrong to assume 4,500 today? I would say it's a bit of a stretch. All right. That's insanity, right? Hmm. That's a big deal. Tech is flat. Russell's up 350 BPS. Holy shit. All semblance of reality left the market a while ago. I guess we'll see how long this can last for. Should probably sell these while they're worth something. Hmm. Let's see. Okay, so call buyers are coming in a little bit. Not much, though. 80, 85. Yeah, they're trying. Well, look at SPX on the daily. I know. IWM call leg was $5 in the money, and I got it about $2 out of the money. Up 500 BPS. Nice. Is this all because of an expectation of no new rate hikes for the year? This will be because of an expectation for cuts. The market is going to pressure the Fed to cut. So 1% cooler CPI print, 0.1%. Our economy fixed, and I'm surprised and confused. Wasn't this already priced in by the bond market? Largely. I think it's more that it's a flat inflation print, right? That it's not, it's the first non additive print in what, 3 years? Why would they push for the JPM calls and use that leverage? I don't know if that's really advantageous right now. They could try. We're close. This is the futures 4,500 test coming up here. What are the chances of the Fed giving in to the market pressure over the data? Pretty slim. I mean, honestly, like it's really unlikely that the Fed would make a decision to cut based off 1 month CPI data. I think Nvidia is more likely to get rejected at 4,500, but I mean, if I suppose if the market keeps going up, they could squeeze out some of the sold calls at 500. Here's the market's ripping. Thanks, 420. Cap prime for an entry, or will it tank if the market gets rugged from here? If it falls back under 245, it'll probably tank. I mean, it's not going to tank that hard, but back down to 42.50. Are we buying calls right now or waiting for the dust to settle? I'm going to wait. It's not just the market up, it's bonds down. Meat is good. Right? Like, SPX is up 162 basis points, but the Like 5-year note is down 500, almost 500 today. Somewhere in my head, I have the rule of thumb that you shouldn't trade options in the first 15 minutes of the day because they're too expensive. Is that true? I mean, they're more expensive. Although it depends what you're buying. Usually, like opening, like if as far as IV goes, that's usually only the first few minutes. Um, and then yeah, if you're buying like zero DTs, they're cheaper later in the day. What are the chances of the Fed giving into market pressure over the data? I think they're really slim. Yeah, I saw Cat this morning. 10 years absolutely annihilated this morning. Yep. The dollar's getting destroyed. Somehow the yen's still up quite a bit against it, though. Or down quite a bit against it, rather. Hmm. TLT is based on bond value, not yields. Wow, it's inverse yields. So yields down, TLT up. IWM's getting kind of squeezy. They're all kind of squeezy. If short puts or short calls capitulate here, I think I think most things are going to be kind of squeezy. So far, we're not seeing a ton of that. But 44.75 is pretty well defended. Zero GTE call interest is still increasing. This may have a little bit more room before it drops. Above 85 looks kind of difficult right now. It's filling in a bit, but not enough yet. And then on the longer dated time frames, there's very little support. Most of these calls are sold. Is this sustainable so much so fast? I mean, we were already kind of at unsustainable levels, so we'll see. I mean, if support comes in, then yeah. If buyers come in and back the current price, and they might. There were a lot of buyers on the sidelines who didn't want to buy in down at the 4400 level because they thought it was kind of tapped out, that are going to want to FOMO in now. Too soon for puts? It could be early for them. $85, $90. So 90 call interest is picking up a little bit. I need to check volumes here. 1 second. Okay. Let's see. Put volumes are increasing 75, 70. Yeah, not a ton of volume at 90, 95. Did your buy order for EXR fill a few weeks ago? I had a couple buy orders on it. I know one of them definitely didn't. I don't. I think my one at 103 did. Um, but I had another buy order down at 95 that never filled. I'm still not sure, 100% sure that I want to hold on to that after the bounce. I might take profits and then look to buy in again later. I think a lot of its price improvement was just due to the bear rally that we had over the last 2 weeks. Is the recent volatility a result of illiquidity in the markets? Partially, yeah. Bulls hold it up here today. They can de-risk hard for SLD over the next week without much effort. The puts are calling. They could. How are Fubo's tips looking? Like they're trying to short the fuck out of the rip. Yeah. Definitely a lot of pressure from Russell. It's almost up 400 basis points today. Are the Fed's measures wrong? If yes, will they figure that out before it's too late? I mean, I think a large part of the reason that our CPI printed at 0 today was the change to health insurance costs. And that was kind of an unknown going into today. Nobody really knew how that calculation was going to present. Um, so this is the result of that. Zero GTU puts are expensive as all fuck. Yeah, they are. They're not cheap. Do you see long calls closing out now, de-risking, so we can drop even harder over the next few months? We might get some profit taking today, if that's what you mean. Are you talking about? I mean, there aren't a lot of long calls on the chain except from 4,400 to where we're at now. The change to health insurance costs is inaccurate as fuck. Well, that's their new measurement, so that's not going anywhere. Health insurance costs are increasing. I think you're dealing with probably different sets of people there. There's volatility shorts that want to manage realized vol, and then there's probably just bulls, right? Also, I don't think they will de-risk if they can get Fed to cut rates sooner. I see them trying to hold and dampen SLD downs. I don't think the Fed's going to cut rates. I mean, if they push that narrative, it's going to fail on them, right? The short puts, did they de-risk 4100 or are they piling on more risk? They've been piling on risk for the last 2 weeks. And not just at 4100. I mean, they've sold higher. There's short puts all the way up to like 40, well, as of yesterday, up to like 43.25, 43.50. They're shorter dated, but they're there. Macro is still fuck, right? Probably seeing lower lows into next year. Probably just delayed if this level holds. I mean, there's really no improvement to the macro. I mean, inflation's still, even headline inflation is still at 3.2%. Core is still at 4%. But today's gonna significantly change most people's outlook, right? The attractiveness of bonds that may not go above their current yield is going to be quite high. However, most of the UST market is sold short right now, so putting that much pressure on bonds is going to probably be really interesting. And they've been illiquid too, right? There haven't been a lot of buyers. That could change. Our tails may trim. We're not, negative month over month, so we're not deflationary. But what happens is if the market makes the assumption that the Fed is going to cut rates due to the fact that inflation came in flat or on one print, and the Fed doesn't, the market's going to perceive that as the Fed intends to over tighten, and everybody's going to start freaking out about a recession again. I just got here. TLDR, what did I miss? CPI came in 0% month over month. Do you ever average down on options or just buy further out? Yeah, I average down options. Call buying still hasn't stopped, which I mean is pretty fucking obvious, but no real changes in put buying yet. And 44.90 here is kind of the peak. Well, 44.95 call interest falls off pretty hard. So 44.95 might be resistance. Futures are just above 4,500. So far with very little sell pressure, if any. Is the rug in the room with us? I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't rugged yet. This is... Try to push to the collar. If we get rejected off the collar, though, it could be brutal. Collar on ES is going to be like 45.15-ish. Broad commodities are up. Dollar's still dropping. 104.50. Down 100 BPS. Interestingly, correlation hasn't turned around much, and VIX is still moving up. Do you think PPI could undo all of this pump by itself? No. I mean, PPI's been pretty stable for some time now. And I I don't think the projections for it are very high. There might be some knock-on effects from energy costs, but let's see. PPI is expected to come in at 0.1. Core PPI is expected to come in at 0.2. Bars speaking now at 10 a.m. and then Mester at 11, Goolsby at 12:45. Barkin spoke this morning, not convinced inflation on a smooth path to 2%. I fear more needs to happen to curb demand and inflation. Impact from higher rates may be lagged. Federal funds futures pulled forward the first rate cut to May from June. Hmm. $4,500 is about the top of the call interest today. Getting some put selling here, so they're going to try to maybe push for that last leg. I'm not seeing a lot of volume yet. What a ridiculous fucking pump. Russell's still moving up. I don't know. 95 should pose some resistance. It seems to be a little bit so far. Check realized vol. Jesus Christ. Realized vol at 17.2. Implied vol at 14.2. So a 3-point spread on 30-day realized vol now. Why is VIX up? I mean, partially short calls squeezing out. But definitely not all the short calls squeezing out. Are expecting downside with SLD in the coming days? Generally speaking, yes. Not just SLD, but we also have OPEX, which is definitely blown out to the call side now. So the the effective charm going into like Friday morning is going to be pretty significant. Researching does or when you're eyeing up Vega plays, is there anything to focus on outside of Vega per dollar on the contract? If you're too far out of the money and prices drop, your Vega will increase less on the change in price. So that's also something to consider. As contracts approach the money, their Vega increases. How do you feel about your weekly prediction now? I mean, better. Although it definitely went a lot higher than I expected. I guess Gamma Max moved up from Sunday, but I didn't think it would break Gamma Max on the weekly. So SPX has to go down. RV match IV. Mm, well, IV doesn't have to go up. RV can come down. Please say bearish things about Nvidia. There's a lot of sold calls at 500. What will you think if SPX gets a new all-time high this year? Just crime? I'm not really concerned with that right now. No problem, Randall. Let's see some steady profit taking back down below 44.80. The whole chat, including myself, is just in this nightmare before Christmas spirit. What's this? What's this? There's pumpies in the air. Thank you so much, Spicy. Um, yeah, we'll see how far they can take it. I mean, I already closed everything on my straddles. That pump was ridiculous. And it wasn't easy. They were not buying up. They were not buying up my 410 calls in the pre-market. It took going quite a bit below the bid in order to get a fill. In retrospect, did you see any options evidence SPY SPX calls bought yesterday that indicates some participants knew the CPI print ahead of time? No, not really. And most of the positioning going into last night was pretty neutral around like 4400 to 4420. And even more so before the print this morning, a lot of puts were still coming in to hedge a hotter inflation print. So no, I mean most of the calls that were up in this range were sold. So largely the move up driven by futures buying. Right, we had like 75,000 contracts in 5 minutes or something this morning. Somebody must have had straddles last night, right? Are people just repositioning here? I think they're kind of trying to prop it up to get short calls to squeeze out. Not a lot of them have yet. So if they can keep the price elevated for long enough, then they might be able to get some of the calls to squeeze out. Although it does look like we're starting to get a little bit of call side profit taking. But that's largely being met with put selling right now. So we may just chop here for a little or kind of distribute out through the day. Ooh, dope. Hmm. $65. Hmm. Puts are pretty fucking cheap. Calls aren't that expensive though either. I'm finding it really hard to resist this FOMO. Which FOMO specifically are you finding it hard to resist? Ooh, interesting. I don't hate it, dork. What's the what's the Greeks on it? If we continued fiscal spending and therefore stimulus, stealth liquidity injections, can the markets continue melting up and preventing recession in 2024? What stimulus? I mean, sure, but the cost of debt's becoming inflationary. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'd want to fill at like 360 though, or 350. See anything that tickles your gherk? um, Not yet. I'm kind of trying to be a little patient here. There's definitely a part of me that wants to like full port like 44.65 puts or 70 puts. But I'm resisting the urge. yields are starting to come back up again. Calls dying off? No, just kind of running out of range. We're starting to get a bit more interest at 4,500, 4,505. Although I'm not entirely sure those aren't just sold calls accumulating. Does the top of the JPM color here at 4,500 have any impact? Yeah. Yeah, it does. It kind of acts like its own little, like a little tiny gamma flip point, right? So price action below it's a little more volatile than price action above it. As we approach it on the like the upside, JPM goes long futures in order to hedge, but as we fall away from it on the downside, they sell those futures off. So it kind of creates like a, yeah, kind of like a little like gamma flip point. It's not obviously as big as the one on the full chain, but it matters when we're trading very close to it. Also, a lot of call sellers are going to use the opportunity while we're close to it to sell above it and kind of try to use it as a shield for their sold calls. Thanks to the Airbnb pick. Is GN still at 125? Yeah. Curious if shorts are trapped or already capitulated. That's tough to say. At least on the intraday with individual equities, it's kind of hard to tell. I would say that they're definitely pressured, right? Let me check last night's options data on it. Give me a second. So it's just at delta neutral right now. It could reject here. It could move slightly higher. I'll probably close the short call now and then kind of let the rest ride with a stop. Look at KRE. Ooh, bank's ripping, yeah. What the fuck was that? Windy out. Good news, Adam Aaron's printing fresh shares right now. When's he not? Why does JPM always make a collar? It's part of their hedged equity fund. Does squeezing the short calls lead to downside? No. No, squeezing short calls is bullish. That's a short squeeze. How do you feel about SLD this month? I mean, it's still a thing, right? I don't think this changes the requirement to deposit margin before OPEX. it could mean that less needs to be deposited because obviously this move up is going to ease pressure on a lot of the Vega risk that was sold lower on the chain. SPY to 4,700 by the end of the day. I'd be surprised if we broke 4,500. They're going to have to build up a lot of gamma at 4,500 in order to break through the massive amount of negative delta at the same strike. Did you sell more GME CCs this morning? I sold some for this Friday at 14. Not many. Short call positions are negative delta. Like puts. Hold on 1 second. Hmm. What percent of the mag SPX are mag 7 now? I have no idea. Ask JFresh. He's the one who keeps track of it. Do bears de-risk like bulls, or do they just get margin called? I mean, they're probably going to get squeezed out of a good chunk of their sold call positions. They rolled up a lot of them earlier last week, last Friday, um, when they started to get pressured down at like 44.20. Um, so their exposure is not as bad as it would have been if this had happened 2 days ago, but it's still pretty bad. I'm surprised you didn't get into this pump. Were you waiting for calls to take profits? That's too risky. I closed my straddles in the pre-market. we're above gamma max on the weekly chain right now. So if call buying stops, even for like 15 minutes, right, it's gonna fall really hard. Cat going to 250 today? Am I? Yeah. 45 was the big resistance there, so. I like to thank Memphis Rands for stealing 50 cars in 24 hours, which ultimately led to a lower CPI read today. Less cars on the road equals less demand, equals lower gas prices, equals lower CPI. Oh boy. No, I think most of the CPI, I know you're joking, but I think most of the CPI change is due to the shift in how they calculate healthcare costs. Is it too late to chase the upside? You can try. I mean, call buying hasn't stopped. Not really. Are bears fucked through the end of the year now? I mean, I think there'll still be a pullback over the like SLD OPEX period, but now it's going to be really hard to pull back far enough that bears gain any kind of significant leverage. So possibly at least till the Fed meeting, which is kind of what I expected anyway. This doesn't really change that. Assuming you hedged off losses on December puts, what do you do with those that are left over? $100 out of the money now. Um, you could wait to see if it turns around if you have some theta, and sell them for slightly more, which adds to your profitability at that point, right? Um, or you can just cut them, reposition later. The advantage of cutting them is that you can reposition closer to the money with positions that are more likely to hit profitability. Thank you. Also, in regards to volume on ES, from 4437 to 4473, it's literally just air. Yeah, I know. I saw that. It's interesting. We'll see what happens here. We're in a tricky spot. I know you don't like the stock, but Neg having a buyback on the table with a pretty small float is interesting. They could squeeze it if they wanted to. Yeah, they could. I don't know. That company is super fucking shady. I don't really want to play it. Why would they shift healthcare costs in the middle of it? Doesn't constantly changing methodology fuck everything up? Yeah, but they don't care about that. I mean, the way they were calculating healthcare costs before was really inaccurate. So this is technically a more accurate measure of healthcare expenses, but it's also smoother, which could create other issues. Like even though healthcare costs are up this year, they were down last year, right? But we're looking at a 2-year average, and so um like the drop in healthcare costs isn't reflective of the current cost of healthcare. How high can this go? Well, I said they're buying calls at 4500, 4505. There's the JPM collar at 4500. Is JPod still dumping Fed bags onto the market via QT? Yep, every month. What's the value of an equation like CPI that relies on a look-back period if they repeatedly alter the way they currently calculate it? There isn't a lot of value in it. I don't even think it's actually reflective of consumer inflation, but it is what it is. It's the data that they use and rely on. So, what if you have no position right now? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I I have a few like deep in the money calls that I haven't closed out yet, but they're not really gaining a ton of value at this point. 200 more viewers than usual today and less than 200 likes. I'm disgusted for you. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. All right, so we're moving up to Tesla collar now. Still, there's still call interest coming in at 4,500. So this is tricky because the gamma on 0DT options has to outweigh the delta on the collar, which is possible, right? Like 0DT options are really good at breaking down big resistances like this because they have so much gamma. But if this rejects here or future sellers come in, it could be kind of harsh. So be careful. If you have calls, it's a good idea to have stops around these levels. They don't have to be super tight, but some protection. Yeah, we're past gamma max. Well, we're past gamma max on the weekly, right? Not the monthly contracts. We've broken it before. Like the weekly gamma max, we've broken a few. We've never broken the gamma max on the monthly contracts. I'm not really sure that's actually possible. But back in like late Jan, early Feb of this year, and June of this year, and a little bit in August of last year, we broke through gamma max on the weekly briefly. I mean, like a day or two, but right now gamma max on the weekly is at 4460.56. The collar is at 4500. I could double check. I have a little spreadsheet that I made now, but yeah, I'm 90% sure it's at 4500. No, it's at 4515. Shit. Did I not have that right on my chart? Or did they roll it after they printed it? Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. It is at 4515. They rolled it in after hours? Fuckers. I don't know why they do that. I think it's just a match closing price. No, it looks like 4515. I just top ticked that. I got a December 4350. Thanks for your teaching, please. Pull the rug now. Why did you get a fucking put so far out of the money? Like I get that it's December, but that's very far out of the money. It's what, 300, almost 350 basis points from where we're at. SPXW is above Gamma Max. SPX Gamma Max is at like fucking way the hell up there. 45.92.78. I'm up 456 bips. The fuck? Yeah, it's up a lot. IWM, I think, is mostly just short squeezing at this point, but yeah. We're watching the Vlad Tenev AMA on Friday at 1 p.m. How do you watch a Reddit AMA? Was it like live streamed or something? I may have made some trades based on the JPM collar being at 4,500. I might have also. It'll be okay. I updated it to 45.15 in my spreadsheet, but I didn't update it on my chart. Can you make me a Discord mod so I can put me, Fear, Bob in timeout? I'll time him out. I don't mind. Is he bipsing you? I got him, Dork. I love that these support and resistances are still good. Yeah, gold's up a lot today. I mean, I'm sure 4,500's also a resistance, but yeah, 45.15 would be more important here. Not really sure there's enough call interest yet to get us to 45.15 or to the collar. Don't get me wrong, it's still increasing, but the pace is slowing, which usually means that it's kind of contested. For the love of God, get someone to yell fear in front of the NYSE right now. I want these calls to take profit already. I think the collar will I think the collar will be defended if, or are they just going to stand there and bleed? Well, remember, like I said, as we approach the collar, they hedge by going long, right? So they go long futures as the sold call on the collar gets tested. And everyone's going to position around it, right? Bulls are going to want to get above it to stabilize. Bears are going to want to play the rejection on the test of it. The collar itself really doesn't do a lot. It's all the positioning around it. What change in economic conditions, if any, would you foresee breaking your current SPX strategy? Which strategy? Like buying straddles every night? I mean, that usually performs even better as volatility crashes. For gold, I would say it's more that the US dollar is down than an inherent rush to gold. Yeah, I don't think that's the only effect. I think bonds are playing a far more pivotal role here than the dollar. The dollar hasn't lost that much value yet. This tightens the carry trade a lot. I mean, the 10-year being down 380 BPS today is oof. And you're already seeing the hedging effect, right? Where like dollars down 114, it's down like 120 and 150 respectively against the euro and the pound, but it's fucking only down 58 BPS against the yen. For your previous statement, if someone wanted to cover bond shorts, they'd yeet the market, boof VIX, and rug yields while no one was the wiser. Well, I mean, when the market yeets, everyone's focused on equities, so it's a better time to exit. But the problem with that is that you don't have the liquidity, right? I think that's a lot of the problem with the current like gigantic bond short position is there's just not enough liquidity to get out of it. And we see that reflected in the treasury auctions, right? JPEG's gonna pause again now, isn't he? Probably, yeah. But the market's not gonna want to pause here. The market's gonna want a promise of cuts. So once that CPI number turns negative, that's also really bad. If the CPI number goes negative, everyone's going to start freaking out about a recession. Good thing that bonds are effectively another rate increase. Yeah, they're not, which I think the last 2 weeks have proven. One might argue that the upside in bonds was facilitated in order to prevent the Fed from raising rates again. Because immediately after the FOMC decision, the bonds reversed, right? How long do we have to wait for corrected data? What, for CPI? I mean, I don't think CPI was wrong. I just think that the way that they're pricing healthcare is going to, at least probably for the next couple prints, is going to uh, dramatically reduce the month over month headline. Healthcare costs are rising though, and now their weighting is far more substantial. It's just that the look back period, there's a massive drop in healthcare costs from like 2021 to 2022. And then from 2022 to now, like end of 2022 to now, they've been going up. And they're expected to continue up. I think I know Bloomberg estimated like 4.46% increase in services costs. Cat could go higher than 250. It's not it's not impossible, but it's a pretty big resistance. There's a lot of longer dated sold calls there, so it'll probably run into a little trouble at that level. But maybe test, reject, see where it falls to, and then there might be another like long side opportunity. I wouldn't chase it, which is what you're getting at. Wait, did I time out Bob for an entire day for no reason, Dork? And it's glorious. Nice, man. If JPOW were to cut rates, would we get a hyperinflation? Well, if we get another bump in oil pricing and healthcare costs continue up with no real change in the rest of core, then yeah, we could see another spike in inflation. And without substantially restrictive rates to hold it back, it could get out of control really fast. You seeing much for puts coming in? No, not a ton. Most of the put interest is sold. Santa rallies at the end of December, so I have no idea. I was watching yesterday's stream, mistakenly wondering why your charts were off. I have so much to learn. At this point, I'm sure they're going for hyperinflation. We'll see. I don't think the Fed's going to cut rates. I'm going to be really clear. I don't think JPA's going to cut rates at all. And I don't think one slightly positive CPI print is going to offset the fact that PCI is up like over the last 4 months and PPI has been up as well. Especially as far as the dot plots considers things, right? So I think federal funds futures are being a little overly optimistic since the FOMC meeting, and yeah, I don't expect the next statement from the Fed to have changed much due to this one print, right? I mean, even this morning, Fed presidents were saying that they think that we're gonna have to do more, and they were already apprised of the CPI data. I don't think they get it. I think they get it a little earlier than everyone else. Well, the market's continuing to rip way high. Isn't JPass supposed to increase rates due to loosening conditions if he's data dependent? He should, yeah. I mean, but he hasn't done that, right? He hasn't, I mean, not since 2022 has he really used rate increases as a way to um, do damage in the equity markets. He was far more concerned with like blowing up speculation back at the end of like 2021 into 2022. Otherwise, he would have fluctuated the pace of rate increases more. Does this fall and how hard? It could, yeah, and substantially. I mean, there's Gamma Max on the weekly is still back at like 44.60, and even with changes in weekly contracts today, I'm sure it hasn't moved up very much. The thing I'm noticing most is that there hasn't been a lot of short call capitulation. So have they retroactively gone back and recalculated previous healthcare prints using this new model? I don't think so. I don't think they've revised anything with the new model yet. Is that a tiny head and shoulders? Can you explain how 40 puts on SE will affect the stock T2? They expire on Friday? I mean, they're in the money. Either they can be exercised if they're protective, which would really have no carryover effect, or they can be closed, which means like dealer exposure will fall off on expiration. I assume there's a large number of them. If I were a bull, I'd gladly take profit after an $85 move. You'd think. But just because one bull takes profit doesn't mean another bull isn't FOMOing into the top, right? Have fun with that, Lawrence. So after some consideration, it seems to me that the market can no longer go down. After JPO did his regarded bull ramble about bonds, someone left the candle switch to big green donger mode. I mean, realized vol is really high. That's a lot of arbitrage for no one to take advantage of. My 401k is buying into tomorrow. That sucks. $85 on QQQ? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If all of retail took profit, nothing would go down. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Strategically, are bears going to hibernate until 2024? I don't think we're gonna see a lot of bearish build up until after FOMC. Like we can still drop for SLD and OPEX, but I don't think we'll drop enough to get. I mean, at this point, it's gonna be very hard to get back below like gamma neutral, delta neutral. There's a lot of padding there. If this run continues, will it have an effect on XRT going off reg show? It could. I mean, it could. XRT is probably going to get pressured, so longs are going to move in. It seems like there's plenty of breadth on the move up, right? Like Russell's running super hard. Flashbacks to the day where you mocked me for using breath. Well, you used it incorrectly. I remember the incident. Hmm. Equal weight S&P up 2.99 compared to 2.05 on regular S&P. Yeah, well, I mean, also look at Russell. Russell's way up. What's it at now? Almost 500 BPS. Dow's up 150. This isn't all just Mag 7. This last 2 weeks has really been a face ripper rally. Yeah. It's been kind of fun. Ridiculous and against the grain of the macroeconomic environment, but fun to trade. I wish I had more positioning now. I just don't have much. If we keep finding resistance here, it looks like we can start distributing out, but slowly. I don't really see any ground being given up. Time for bear call spreads at the JPM collar. Ooh. I don't know if they're worth it. %, return. Almost a 40% return. How much is the 5? 15, 20. Hmm. Excuse me. I think it's got 80% return on risk. 42% return on collateral. That's not too bad. It'd be better a little higher though. Charm's gonna be insane this weekend. Or going into this weekend. Are you waiting for PPI print tomorrow before adding put positions for SLD? Probably, yeah, before I add anything significant. Charm's already positive. Charm will collapse. Gross. Call buying's kind of stopped for now. Volume starting to fall off. Maybe I'm delusional, but I think we're going to get a decent pullback today. We might. I don't think it's delusional, but I think they're going to try to do everything feasibly possible to keep that from happening, which they've done so far this morning. $45.05. So resistance here at 45.10. There's longer term resistance on ES at 45.20, which is close to. ES is about 250 away from that. That's the next upside resistance. Pixely down 4.5% on a 200 BPS pump. Well, short calls squeezed out, right? So when short calls, like longer dated short calls squeeze out, that pumps VIX. Why did IV crush so much on SPX0 DTEs? The price has gone up $1 and all the options lost 33% or more. I don't know. Wait, if they stop buying calls, but they haven't stopped. It's just yeah, it's kind of just leveled off. Most of the puts coming in are sold. Della GZ. 4,400 puts for Monday next week. It's a bit much. I want to hate you, but I actually listened to you and hedged. My calls are up 400%. What do I do with the bulls? I don't know. See where this goes. Set a stop. The fact that one entity has basically captured the SPX. If you think today's pump was one entity, you got another thing coming. Core CPI is X food energy. Will this run get XRT off reg show? I mean, it's gonna pressure shorts on XRT. XRT is up 5.8% today. So some effect. Ooh. That's very cheap. I don't really know if that's even worth fucking selling. Whoops. Hmm. They're just selling the money put at 4,500, 4,590. Hold on one second. I'm trying to see something. All right, we might be getting kind of close to this failing. Hmm. What's the next Fuba resistance? 308. There's a little bit of resistance at 291 sometimes, but 308. 308 is way more important. Does SPX ripping these past 2 weeks increase the chance of GME OPEX run, or not really relevant? Well, it increases the number of obligations built on GME, and while it's being synthetically shorted, right? Because there's active fund pressure. Although up until today, there hasn't been a lot of mid cap performance, so there hasn't been a ton of pressure. But today, there's quite a lot of pressure on GME. And so that does increase the amount of obligations created in an effort to stabilize GME's price. They have to short more. It's one of those days I'm just gonna watch the market all day, never enter the position, and then the market is closed. Wish I had done anything else with my day. Yeah, that's possible. I could see that being an outcome here. I'm not overly fond of the idea of sitting here watching this and doing nothing all day either, but I did buy a few puts. I'm not sure they'll matter if this is able to hold 4,500 though. Mm. This pattern is bearish. That was the top. I drew a line. Is inflation done? No, probably not. Is deflation more likely at this rate? No, disinflation. I was gone all morning. What happened to SPX? Why so high? CPI printed 0% month over month. I'm gonna keep buying the fucking dip all day. Still no put interest coming in. Stopped at 160% on my QQQ straddle. Thanks for all your work. Nice, man. Well done. You still buying Vega plays here? I'll probably pick some up today. Although I do think Vega maybe go lower. The problem is if I pick them up today, I'm probably gonna close them some point during or after OPEX. Best pastries, New York City? I mean, what kind of pastries? Thanks for being so level-headed on GME. You were right about MOASS not happening before anyone else said it. I think you're fairly balanced in your analysis of it. I mean, I try to be. Are we overextended? Just a bit. I still think Upstart kind of tops out around 25, which is like what I said over the weekend. If you exclude hotels, shelters still is 0.05% month over month. Core services are still hot. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are we gonna do that thing? Let's not do that thing that the economists do where we cut out data in order to present a narrative. I don't know why hotels are weighted heavily, but why are motels even factored in? That's not a question for us. Was it JFresh that called CPI ups? No. I think it was me. I don't remember. Hold on. I did, but I only called like 4450. Not this bullshit. Hotels are 1.1% of the 34.8, but down negative 6.1, which pulled down shelter 0.5 to 0.27. Why the fuck is temporary housing being considered in the shelter calculation? Throw in the weird categories to get the numbers you want. Yeah. Holding prices above Gamma Max is insane. But I guess we could do it for the entirety of today at least. It won't last long, but this is gonna stabilize here, isn't it? They're gonna try to, yeah. Sold my GMED. What if you can't afford an apartment or a house? I don't think staying in a hotel is cheaper than an apartment. It's still wise to shy away from long VIX. It's better to get exposure to VIX through SPX than it is on VIX directly. Weekly GM can move up overnight, though. Oh, it will. Absolutely. I don't know if it's going to move above spot, though. Any hopium for 4,500 Ps? Yeah, I mean, there definitely is, but we've got, I don't know, probably a while before this breaks down substantially. At least 15 minutes or more before we break through 4,500. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes. Momentum's starting to turn a little bit, just not a lot. And they're really fighting back against it too, so oh, you're annoying, stonks. We're gonna sell in the money bear call spreads now. Don't tempt me. Today I learned YouTube doesn't censor the word shitbox. Fair. Thanks to a 0.1% beat, all profitless retail and tech companies are saved. Well, don't forget that inflation's part of earnings. And as inflation goes down, so do earnings. Well, they should. Apartment's cheaper, but a lot of people don't get approved for an apartment lease due to low income and are forced to stay in a motel. I don't think that's like a big swath of the population, man. I doubt more than like 3% of Americans are actively living in hotels. You're really talking about a very small niche. GME turning around a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. Is there news on Fubo? No. R2K is up 500 basis points right now. Check TM. Oh, okay, I saw that. Are we gonna manage to get back to 43.75 today? Maybe. So far, call buying at the money is offsetting any significant declines due to capitulation. So um, 90 is a big resistance to the downside. So 75. The Atlanta Fed's sticky price index CPI, a weighted basket of items that changed price relatively slowly, increased 4.3% on an annualized basis in October, following a 5.5% increase in September. The series is up 4.9%. On a core basis, sticky price index increased 4.3% annualized in October, and its 12-month percentage change was 4.9%. The flexible cut of the CPI, a weighted basket of items that change price relatively frequently, decreased 8% annualized in October and is down 0.3% on a year-over-year basis. When was this put out? Did they update that today? Hmm. Yeah, so at 11 o'clock. Interesting. Hey, J Fresh. You'll like this. I'm not playing the exclusion game. We're just pointing out how sensitive this print was to some very strange outliers. Yeah, I agree. It's it's definitely like a one-off, right? But the healthcare adjustments are kind of dovish. Physicians are also down -1% this month and have a decent weighting in healthcare, while hospitals and most other things are up 1% ish. Hmm. Real question: when does the Mag 7 become 50% of the SPX and all other indexes? Time to pick up a few puts. If we lose 4,500, I have a couple. Like if we lose 4,500 here, like literally in the next like 6 minutes, and then futures picks up some downside momentum, we could return to futures 4,500 pretty quickly. Real problem I have with that is the bleed down is remarkably slow. Hmm. Yields are starting to bounce back a little. The 30 and 20, especially. The 5 years still just wrecked. 10 years doing a bit better. It's kind of weird as the core 1 month didn't really pull back very hard. Yields aren't really down much more than they were on the 8th. Hmm. Tesla 500, Nvidia 900, Apple 280, Microsoft 400, AMD 300, 350, Google 250, price targets 2024. It's going to be really hard to do on flat growth. Could you see Fubo testing $3 today? I'm kind of surprised it hasn't already. They've really managed to keep the price action in check so far, but it's out of liquidity now. So yeah, it could. Hmm. Just get ready to sell some covered calls. Options interest is still pretty flat. Like 2 more minutes, and we still haven't failed 4,500. That's not good. No, today's not my birthday. My birthday's on Sunday. After my highly risk averse play on CAD, that totally wasn't ridiculous. I have some extra money. 44.70, 3 DTE, a good entry here. I don't hate it. If Jackson had points, I'd listen to them. But mostly he's just trolling. I'm paying less for healthcare. Checks open enrollment premiums. No, I'm definitely not. In fact, it went up. Major confused. It's because they're weighting it over a 2-year period, and during 1 year of that period, healthcare costs were falling rapidly. But 250 is a resistance. It's not really random. Bulls won, long until wrong. I mean, that's a fucking stupid linear take of the market. The market went down 10% over the last 3 months. It's now up 8. 7. Just don't be on the wrong side. Being bullish or bearish as a trader is generally fucking stupid anyway, but for a pump to continue, there needs to be sellers that sell to the buyers. If no sellers are found, then buyers become the sellers. That could take a while. If we weren't here, would you just walk away for today? Yeah, I don't really have a lot of exposure. I mean, I'd probably pick up a straddle, but I'm not particularly interested in waiting for this to break down. I don't think it's going to substantially today. Unless positioning shifts really, really hard, though, I don't think it'll last very long without some pullback. No, we could still fail. It's just gonna be a very slow, fucking awful process. And when we do, I doubt it'll be as much as anybody wants it to. Are you gonna average down your December 1 4,400 Ps? When the fuck did I buy a December 1st 4,400p? I don't have any December 1st 4,400Ps. November 30th? I have November 30th. I'm probably not going to touch those. They're hedged off. Oh, you know what? Maybe I wrote it wrong in Pickles picks. I might have wrote November. They're end of November, November 31st or 30th. It was 30 days in November. Yeah, so I think it was just a typo. But they're the end of November contract. Oh hey, we lost 4,500. Not really on time, but closer. That's cool. If that would keep happening, that'd be really awesome. Fuck, I was so close to buying a put. I bought a couple. I don't have very many. I just I just bought them because I was bored. I don't even think I had a thesis when I bought them. Besides, this is too much up. Why didn't you warn us that SPX would go down in 10 to 15 minutes, like 10 minutes ago? Oh, you did? Well, like a little bit. How many bips up are we? Like 200? No, less than 200 now, but still pretty fucking close. Can you make today into a bearish engulfing candle? You know what I'd love to see today? I'd love to see us fall back below Gamma Max. Because this is bullshit. It's hard to see NVIDIA traveling much further than 500 next week, given the market's skeptical reaction to their last earnings pump attempt. What do you think? If we drive up and test the JPM collar, NVIDIA could easily squeeze out some of the calls at 500, and that might be enough momentum to squeeze out the rest of them. Oh, gonna buy every dip on the way down. That's how they do. Need momentum. Still no fucking momentum. Did you get that thing I sent you, Jay Fresh? Yeah, Gamma Max changes in real time. You can't calculate it, so you have the OI, and retail only gets OI once a day. The only other way to get live OI would be if you were an MM, and then you'd have the OI on your book, but you wouldn't have it across the entirety of the market. Out of my cat spreads for 200% gains. Fucking A, man. I, I closed off the rest of my cat like pretty much right at market open. Am I long anything still? I still have my Airbnb long, but I'm probably gonna get stopped out of that in a minute too. I closed the short call already. Your predictions on what Gamma Max can be after today? Oh, that'll depend on repositioning. I'm not really sure. If it's lower than our closing price, that's pretty bearish though. This is the only thing I really like right now, Dork. Actually, that's not true. I don't hate this either. This is backwards though. Or inversed, right? I'm living out of a hotel and I put my last $75 in a 4470 zero DTE put. Give me a new house. I wish you the best. Did you get that thing I sent you? I don't think so. Yeah, I know. There's a ton. What kind of downside potential does Tesla have if the market drops? I was looking at entering puts for 1124, but I wasn't sure, was it necessarily a realistic price target? I don't see Greeks. I'm not sure that Tesla broke through gamma neutral, so I think it's still in negative gamma territory. Hold on, I have to look because I'm not sure. Maybe it's positive. I might be thinking of Airbnb. So no, Tesla's in positive territory. I guess so. It's kind of rejected. If it falls below 231, it can probably fall back to 221, roughly. Yeah. Ooh, hey, I'm up. Really curious to see how much momentum this can actually pick up to the downside. There's definitely a ton of range. Gamma Max is at 4460. Well, it was last night. I'm sure it's a little higher today. But bounce off 90? Does 90 have enough interest to bounce off of? No, 85 is more likely. 85 and 75 are the big, like the really strong resistances. 90 is okay. But that also depends on capitulation, right? If capitulation picks up on the downside move, then you get more and more momentum, which makes the resistances weaker and weaker. I love that VIX just isn't moving at all. Yes, looks like it's, well, it might be a little bit of resistance here, otherwise it's headed to 4,500. Kind of starting to push through. SPX isn't dropping though. Hmm. Russell's pulling back. Yields aren't improving too much just yet. Momentum's kind of slowing a little bit. One sec. I'm just trying to figure something out here. So ES is finding a little bit of support at the 4508 right now, which was the prior resistance to the upside. It's kind of bullish. Unless it fails. I guess we don't really know yet. It's kind of mixed. If this fails, it's pretty bearish. But I think this support's pretty important. In terms of stabilizing momentum, it's really important. Call buying coming back in? No. It looks like there's still mostly profit taking. There's actually a little bit of put buying picking up, or short put closing. Might be short puts on the zero DT short puts that were sold at 90. Like if we lose this level, which it looks like we're about to, head to like 4485, 4480. So right about here or here. Have we dropped 40 BPS and the VIX hasn't done shit? Am I wrong? 32 BPS? Let's close that morning gap. Ooh. It's always fun to see drops like this and VIX doesn't give a fuck. It's so stupid sometimes. Like, zero DT calls taking profit really shouldn't affect the VIX, but ES tested 4502 and found some buyers. Maybe not enough of them, though. Gork, I'm a regarded bear. What'd you do now, Dork? Everyone's so ready to price in exponential growth and zero interest rates. Well, if inflation goes down, then inflation adjusted EPS also goes down, which means less growth. There's nothing more bearish than actual deflation, especially if the Fed can't stop it in time. I DM'd you a picture of my naked oh, Jesus. Wow. That's that's really greedy, Torque. I mean, you're good as long as Gamma's on your side, I guess. I mean, kind of. They did make the puts very cheap. I'll agree with you on that much. What's up, Popcorn? I stupidly sold CCs after earnings. Break-even's like 265, but still above cost basis. Dude, Russell's up like 500 basis points today. They're really trying to short Fubo, but I don't know how much more liquidity they have left. It's getting very tight. And if the index pressure is there, it gets tighter faster. So, I mean, if you want Fubo to come down, you better hope this little drop off from the peak really turns into something with a lot more momentum. It's super healthy, man. Are they get ready to go on the reality TV show Beard Hunks? What the what the fuck is that? Literally none of it, Greg. Has Dork become a true D-Gen? Dork's always been a D-Gen. That's how we found each other. Let me get some love. Sure, man. It's all yours. When can I sell bear calls? Did you not like them earlier? They're riskier now. Why didn't you just do what everyone else did and sell them above the fucking JPM collar? Did AJ do it? Is that what dissuaded you? Wouldn't gap fill? Maybe into the end of the week. I thought Dork was the risk desk. He's not a great risk desk though. Like, he's like a really good risk desk until he gets bullish or bearish. You can see my thin veil of risk aversion penetrating the facade of positional fear. It was snake eyes at first sight. Hey Gurk, one, you're looking ruggedly handsome as fuck, per usual. Thanks, Baradactyl. Positioning still building on the put side, or are we leveling out? Some puts came in. It wasn't a lot. And yeah, it's kind of leveling out, but there's still profit taking on the call side. And most of this is being driven by the call side taking profits, not puts coming in. I think momentum wise, if we lose 90 here, yeah, if we actually lose 90 and we don't find stability, we could start to pick up a lot more momentum to the downside, which means and by momentum I mean more long calls are going to close because their profits are slipping away. Chances of testing the JPM collar this week are pretty slim if they couldn't do it this morning. Since a lot of the calls would have been opened yesterday, doesn't more downside price action beget more profit? I just said that. Are those Levain cookies worth ordering to ship? Do you really, really like cookies? If yes, then yeah, probably. They're expensive. But they're really good. What's the best generative AI artwork generating program application? It's kind of tough. I think the only one you can use is Dolly 3 because it's the only one that'll output the correct aspect ratio. There's a channel for that though. Most of them are just done in like Photoshop. I love how stair steps up, elevator down, and don't fight the Fed have been 1,000% inversed. Yeah, it's bullshit, isn't it? Todd has VIX grabbing its ankles. Yeah, he's really Todd's the Dom today. Short VIX stabilize, pump to de-risk, never de-risk, repeat. Now that we've breached into AI art, the Louvre has been very quiet. The Louvre has been very quiet since you disappeared, Trash. But now that you're settling down for the winter, maybe it'll pick up steam again. Pigeon Teeth has kept it going, like almost entirely by himself. I'm trying to help out, but we all know my abilities with Photoshop are extraordinarily limited. Yeah, 8580 is pretty decent resistance. But if those start like all of this is calls, right? All of the resistance is call side. So, you know, if you get enough in the money profit taking, those call side supports aren't really supports anymore. That's why the momentum matters so much. Because their profits start to slip too, right? Doug Sifu gonna debate mouth breathers on Twitter. I mean, Bobby Bagholders. I wish we could get, you know what? I'm gonna reach out and see if we can get Sue Gove on the stream, right? And just see if she'll tell them that their shares are destroyed and their equity doesn't exist anymore. Mostly just because no matter how many times I tell Reddit to not put their stupid fucking subreddit in my feed, it keeps doing it. No worries, Chris. But now you can make your own stream cards. So really, we've just kept you afloat until you found your independence. I suppose, but they suck. AI art sucks. There's no love in it, trash. What's like the next data or news that could change the way the market moves the next few days? We have PPI tomorrow. Help me, Gorg. I'm too horny. Uh, uh, do you want me to like send you some pictures so you can get off real quick and get some clarity? How can you say that about my art? Wait, there was love in the other cards? Yeah, that's I still have the note you wrote me, alright? I printed it out. I'm starting to feel much better about my terrible put buying decision. Chances SPX ends the week below 44.50. Turns out you can't roll spreads before they go in the money when SPX gaps up 100 BPS in the pre-market. I think there's a decent chance, but at least you sold spreads and not naked calls like some of us. Actually, my naked calls are safe, but still a little scary. What about the 44.65 you bought it open? Oh, that thing's still fucked. Maybe a new strike would breathe fresh life into the Louvre. If a bot can do a face swap better and faster than I can, then what's the point? Yeah. It's gonna make striking difficult. I'll have you know that I haven't liked a single stream with an AI card. I hope you've learned your lesson now. Now, today's is funny, right? It's like Karl, and he's on a Tesla mobility scooter, and he's fallen over in the street in downtown Chicago and spilled his red wine and hot dogs everywhere. Like he robbed a 7-Eleven. And you can tell like the face he's making, it kind of looks like ouch, that really smarts, you know? Maybe you could have had 305 likes with a less funny handcrafted vintage card. The Bulls fucked themselves. Well, they're in the process of fucking themselves. I wish they'd do it a little harder and faster. 307, 308. The eyes have it, Fluffy. Stop undercutting my point. You know, jokes are really funny when you need to explain them a lot. I know. Wait till you see tomorrow's stream card in the aftermath of Karl's wild ride. You see, it's funny because horses don't usually walk into bars. Karl rides again. Would you convert euros to dollar EDs today? This pop seems unlikely to stick. It's a good question. Ew. Hmm. It's a lot of call buying at 44.90. Yeah, Dork, no we. If they stop selling calls, all the downside fun stops. Do you know why Wall Street Bets Reddit group is saying BLNK blink charging could be a 100x play? I don't know, because they're mentally challenged. Do you know the number of stocks that Wall Street Bets says are a 100x play? Every day? Every day there's like 10 new stocks that are totally gonna 100x. Let me tell you, the vast majority of them don't. Head trauma seems like a likely culprit. I feel like there's a large contingency of Wall Street Bets that upvotes terrible ideas because they're hilarious. I do that because I want things to short. Like if I see something getting hot on Wall Street Bets, I'll upvote it. That way I can sell vol at the top after they pump and then short it. Just trying to do my part to keep the markets fair, balanced. Shill confirmed. Do you make a Wall Street bet short a Pickles pick if you see one? That's kind of what FSLR was. It wasn't just Wall Street Bets though. It was like Wall Street Bets, Seeking Alpha, and CNBC. And Phase too. Both of those were massively pumped on like every social media platform. Wall Street Bets doesn't brigade or call you a shill. They get it. I know. You think Superstock's finally gonna get removed from Reddit after they brigade the AMA for Vlad? You know what's the funniest part about this pump dork is there's no risk premium in there was no risk premium in the SPX at 4400. Now there's negative risk premium. I love going long earnings yields that are less than the 10-year treasury. It's so great. I guess people with 401ks just don't know that. I want to buy 2D Poots, but I always want to buy 2D Poots. It's true. You know, you used to be so bullish, Popcorn Trader. What happened? Is this because you're going to be a dad? Probably. Cat's a quality stock. They'd never mention it on Wall Street Bets. Cat's got a it has an obscene amount of volatility shorting on it. And it short squeezes like every 3 months. No, earnings will be 12%. Just ignore the revenue of 4% and the pullback in consumer spending. Yeah, easy, right? Ooh, put and call interest are falling off now. Is that a bear tree? Never mind. I don't want to see that turd. I also want to buy 2D Poots because I was released from jury duty. Yeehaw. Well, that was all our downs. What a fun day. Slash S. Actually, no. So this is their attempt at stabilizing the downside. If it fails, we're going to drop harder. That's probably not going to fail, though, huh? I should probably set a stop. Hmm. Tough choices. How's VVIX doing? Fuck, I haven't looked. Give me a second. It's getting weird. It's getting it's getting really weird. It's totally healthy though, right? It's gonna be fine. We'll figure it out. I I don't want to. I don't want to hear them. They're fucking morons. Turd. I sold my puts already, but you're tempting me to get some more with that fail harder attack. Well, see now. Now there's some put buying going on. Just not enough of it. Yeah, decent amount at 75. Ah, what the fuck? Should have just closed them. Hmm. Futures is still, yeah. I guess this is the prior resistance on futures. This fails, it's a head and shoulders. Like a shitty one, but still a head and shoulders. Hmm. There's a little bit of call buying here. Any other data coming out today? No, right? Goolsby starts speaking in 3 minutes. Ooh. Goolsby's kind of usually in between. Are they gonna save the pump? Mostly, I think they're just trying to stop downside momentum from picking up. I don't think they're. I don't think they're really concerned with saving the pump. Just buying enough time to get out of their long, like their in the money calls. But I think they're also spooking out some of the short calls that haven't closed yet, and that's why we're kind of seeing like spot up VIX up here. as the sold calls are trying to get out. At least the ones that are buried above like 44.50. Still in puts. Yeah. Hmm. Can't find Goolsby live. Hmm. Calls. Okay, so a little bit of call buying coming in the last tick. Dixie USD JPY doing stuff. Dixie's getting slaughtered. Something's bringing. Indices only go up, fam. Okay. Price up 30 IV down on Fubo. Is this because CC sellers? Let them get squeezed out tomorrow with flat PPI. That's a possibility. This looks like poopy, but I'm playing with profits, so I don't care that much. It doesn't look that poopy yet. Hmm. Well, this looks like it's going to stabilize here a little bit. We're still selling a lot of puts. My bulls are running rampant. Win Cubs. Could be a little while. We could stagnate here. If nothing's going to encourage profit taking on the call side, just not a lot that's going to drive us down. Give me 1 second. I want to check something. So Goolsby released a statement. Inflation progress continues, economic growth is strong, and labor markets are vibrant. I'm more concerned about possible external shocks than the economy overheating. Positive supply developments allow blockbuster economic growth without added inflationary pressures. Still have a ways to go before the U.S. central bank's 2% goal is reached. And the key to further progress on inflation is housing. There will be some bumps. Can we hit 43.50 tomorrow? I don't think so. JPM calls are at 45.15. What point should I be looking for to enter long-term puts? 4,500 plus tomorrow, depending on PPI. That might be a good opportunity, depending on where VIX has fallen by then. If VIX has fallen by then. US Redbook 3.1. Japanese GDPs tonight. Doing a pretty good job digging their way out of this hole, Dorg. I'm not sure if this is just going to be get another round of profit taking, or if they're really trying to get back to like 4,500. There's not a lot of call interest above 4,500 right now. Even on the like longer part of the chain, like 44.95 to 4,500 is kind of tough. I fucking hate these upside consolidation moves though. Might be another little while before we get the next leg down. I'm guessing 1, maybe 2 months. Like big leg down? Yeah, I mean, FOMC meeting has the potential to disrupt some things. Don't forget the next dot plot's going to be weighted on the last 3 months, and only 1 month of those is positive versus the prior dot plot, which was based on one negative month out of 3 positive, or 2 positive. Assuming PPI is similarly cool to today's CPI, another little gap up. I don't think anybody gives a shit about PPI. And PPI hasn't really had much of an effect on anything. Also, there's some more spillover there from energy prices into October than there is into CPI, and no significant adjustments. So it may not be that great of a print. CPI came in cool today just because of adjustments, right? Otherwise, it would have come in flat or hot. Jimmy close to breaking out its downward trend that it's been in for months. Closer. You don't think SLD... So the problem with SLD OPEX is even if we drop 300 basis points right now, we're not gonna drop enough to hold below delta neutral, right? So say by next Tuesday we fall 300 basis points, right? We're just gonna be we're still gonna be above delta neutral. So like if this is the high for this period, and going into the period, like the settlement period above delta neutral is super bullish. November 22 FOMC minutes have any effect? I mean, the minutes might be a little bit more hawkish than J-Pow's actual speech, but probably not a huge effect. I've, I've said this a bunch recently, so I'll say it again because it doesn't seem to be clear to people. We're probably not going to go down significantly until the December decision. And even that may not drive markets down. We usually measure the starting point for SLD's 3% sell off. That's not always 3%. Sometimes it's 1%. Sometimes it doesn't happen at all. I think C-Mill did the average of them once, and it was like 2.4 or something. But from the high of the week. I think people are just asking if we get a 300 BPS pullback for the SLD period, not long-term correction to the downside. We could. Yeah, I mean, SLD is usually pretty bearish. Charm's going to be high going into the November expiration, so a lot of the call interest has been short dated and it's going to fall off. The problem is people focus on like the wrong part of the SLD period and they do stupid shit like buy puts for Friday. And with this much positive pressure, it's really possible that we don't see any downside until like any significant downside moves until like next Monday. Especially if like the Friday weeklies contract gets bolstered and like gets starts to get more call heavy. Right now it's not very, but it could pick up more, especially with this big of a pump in the early part of the week. My 40/50Ps are almost in the money. I can taste it. Your 44/50P? Okay, what you guys are calling the Santa rally is end of year seasonality. The Santa rally occurs in the last week of December. This is not a Santa rally. We're in November. we're starting to lose momentum here again. 95 is still hard to cross to the upside. Calls have taken profits kind of all the way up to 44.70. There's some more call buying coming in though. Hmm. Gobbler run? Are you trying to name it? Does Moody's downgrade if we get a government shutdown? They might. This needs to sell off a lot more than that. What's that at, Torque? 93? Okay. Yeah, I see that. Big pile of profits taken on the 44.75s. Burry closed his short for a 40% loss. He was early, but also wrong. What's with that dude and closing out his positions before they print? Remember when he was short the fuck out of Tesla at like 1200? Who will win, a puny shutdown or the mighty CPI? If they downgrade our debt, the downgrade will win. A lot. Do you think Jimmy's gonna OPEX, or is Bobby a better X play? XRT still needs to come off reg show. I don't think the 40% thing was true. What 40% thing? What's up, Dork? I see it doing weird shit. All my homies hate the dip buyers. They're so willing to pounce on like half-assed pullbacks. Are puts coming in? Maybe. Not a lot. Mostly just call selling here, I think. Yeah, a little bit of put interest. It's so little though. It's mostly just at 44.90 again. VIX getting turned up. Like that. Hmm. Still not enough momentum. Fucking resistance. Is the SPX almost red on the day? Not even close. Why does everyone hate puts right now? This thing has so much room to the downside. Like, us regards, don't do stupid shit, but like, this is ridiculous. I'm just surprised nobody's stepping in to close the arbitrage on VIX. I mean, I'm not that surprised about nobody buying puts. That's call selling's a far more common enterprise on the SPX, but the fact that nobody is coming in to push vol, that's weird. Did Charm will switch negative? I mean, Charm will collapse after the AM expiration on Friday. Doc, you said Volmageddon last week. Do you still think it's Volmageddon-y? Well, realized Vol's up a bunch again today. It's not resolving. We'll see if it resolves. Crummy Head and Shoulders? Sort of. Yeah. Ascending a little bit? Ascending Head and Shoulders aren't a very strong signal on indexes, though. And this is a shitty Head and Shoulders anyway. It's better on futures, but not much. Wait, that's not futures. Hold on. Here's futures. For any substantial move down, we need to see futures break back below 4,500. I will say this is weak. There's not a lot of volume here. There's a little more sell side volume, but it could just as easily break up. Bree bought $47 million of puts on socks. Okay. One could argue it's gotten worse. Yes and no. Like, realized vols moved up a lot, obviously today, but Vega risk has also moved down a lot. Provided we don't drop back below like gamma max by close, which doesn't look like it's happening. At least not yet. Hate this bullshit. Hmm. This doesn't gain steam to the downside? Yeah, unless we break 44.85. It's not going to get a ton of momentum. Although support below 85 is breaking down quite a lot. I would actually say that 85 and 90 are both pretty strong. U.S. Senate Majority Leader Schumer, we seem to be on a bipartisan path on government funding. The Senate would act quickly on the government funding bill. When's retail sales? Is that tomorrow? Retail sales is going to be interesting. Serious question. What are the impacts of a market inflating instead of melting down with an economy that's spiraling downward? The market can overheat and demand can exceed production capacity, which creates a whole different type of inflation. And then you start to get serious wage price spiraling. Did you see R2K? It's up like 1 trillion bips. Yeah, it rocketed today. That's it. I'm sick and tired of this. I'm closing my VXX ADCs. Wait, you still have those? How's Tups Tips? I don't know. I haven't watched him in a bit. Not doing much. Should go 287. Upstart's getting hung up at 25. Cat at 150. Jimmy at 13. I want to say a lower high here is bearish, but I'm not sure we're going to get a lower high. Oh, just flat. Hmm. Shaking off a little bit of the put interest. Another bounce, and then this is going to get rejected again. But how much? Oh. Why aren't they keeping strong in the money positions? Just defend 90 and take profits all day. How does today affect SLD? I mean, it sets a higher high for the drop. China's rate decision comes tonight. But that could further drop the dollar. Do they have that many calls to take profits on? Yeah, they bought a shitload of calls this morning before the CPI print. Fuck. Yes, retesting 44.15. We're really close to it. On no fucking volume. Hmm. Trend resistance on futures? Yeah. Hmm. Alright, some more profit taking on calls here. Slight uptick in put interest. I think this rejection might actually matter. Hmm. Son of a bitch. Ooh, there's some selling. Are Bulls gonna push this thing up? They might. Gonna need a lot more selling than that. That was pretty good though. Alright. Time to load up on calls. Tesla puts yet? No. I think I said earlier, if it goes below 231, maybe, but so far it hasn't. Microsoft's starting to fill the uptrend. It's annoying, but the MM's like the You don't need buyers if you have the MM, right, Dork? Manage the account with Fidelity, and my profile is high risk. I'm only up 1.4% for the year. I have a call with them scheduled. What would you ask them regarding poor return? What? Nothing? Who talks to Fidelity about their returns? Are these fuckheads just trying to stuff as many bags inside of ETFs as possible right now? Helps, right? I hate my call hedge and I want it to dwindle down to nothing, absolutely nothing, very soon. Alright. Last week you called this a bear rally. At this point, do you think something is fundamentally different? No. But that doesn't mean the market doesn't. Hmm. But when index go up, sell your bag to ETF doing NAV shizzle. Yeah. You're up 1.4%. Sounds like a W. Can you perforate your line to the downside? I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but sure. I'll perforate this one too in advance. All right, so not a lot of put buying, but a lot of calls being sold off. A 200,000 delta. See if that picks up. Fear, sell it all. It's ridiculous. I'm over here like happy if we test 90. All right. Well, we lost 95 a little bit. That's that's kind of good. Back to 44.50 fast. I wish. If we closed today at 44.50, I would be ecstatic. Also, I'm pretty sure this account wouldn't be in PDT anymore. Still need momentum, Dork, or it won't matter. This is momentum. Yeah. Microsoft kind of looks like shit. But Apple still looks okay. I think if Apple fails VWAP and NVIDIA fails the test of VWAP, then we could get the momentum that we need. NVIDIA 1.22 trillion. Ooh, Amazon kind of looks like shit. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Sorry about your prediction. I'm here for you. What prediction? I guess what I'm asking is 2023 has been a very good year in the market. They're making the trades since they're managing the account. I would expect the RTN to be higher for 2023. Oh, this is something they're managing? I'm sure the return was a lot higher in August. I know you don't watch SPY, but do you think we can go below 448 today? Sure. Yeah. I mean, that would be the same thing as if SPX failed here. It's doing a little bit. Ooh. Dork, that's the good stuff. How do you pick strikes for overnight strangles? I like the most liquid strike at the money going into close. Ideally, not. I mean, I don't always get the most liquid one, but I'd prefer it. Oh, for strangles, I so for strangles relative to where VIX is, um, as VIX moves up, I expand them, but I mean, I don't think we've seen VIX high enough for me to move them past like $10 on either side. Still running into resistance at 4508.25 on futures. Just fucking annoying. Still not enough momentum on the 5 minute. Could they short GME down to 1250 or even 12 since XRT is still on reg show? Yeah. You predicted hot? Yeah. Oh, you're talking about that. You couldn't really make predictions on it because the changes to medical costs or healthcare costs. The things I predicted being up were up. Well, I knew we knew they were changing the rules. We just didn't know how much. You ready to see us drift up to 44.96 again? I really fucking hope not. We're getting a little bit of momentum here. This could be good. They're pushing back against it a little bit, but not too much. Is that a gap down? Oh shit. Things just got real spicy. Enhance. Futures volume's picking up a lot here. I just filled on 2 contracts at 5. The bear trap or bull trap? Hmm. Ooh, yeah, shitload of call profit taking now. And put buying coming in. Ooh, 80 is getting pretty weak. 75 still has some defense. If we lose 85, we probably hit 75. So we won't lose 85? I mean, they're trying to defend 85 right now. So we might. Sorry. That's pretty good. Not worth waiting all fucking day for, but now leverage into the 4480p. Thinking I might play the other side of this. It's too late. Oh, I burned a day trade on that? Fuck. Whoops. Wrong account. $4,500 support. Bullish on oil? I own a bunch of Oxy and DVN. I have some Zom leaps. But I bought them a while ago, back in May. That might not be all the downs we get. It could be very, very incorrect trying to play the upside here. I still think there's just enough call interest that the MM pushes the gap, though. And if that's the case, I'll pick up like another $300 or something. We had a double test to the 4,500 level on ES. So bounce back to like 4,508. And then if it rejects, maybe it breaks down further. Although I could be completely wrong here. But I think that's how that'll play out. This is happening a little too fast for the options data to catch up, so I've just gotta trade the technicals. It was a good downside move though. Ugh. Hopefully this makes up for the fact a little bit that I forgot to buy the upside straddle yesterday, or strangle. think we see more towns, or that's the extent of it. I think we get a little bounce here. This is a bullish reversal. There's going to be put capitulation. Ooh. Not that fucking bullish, though. Supported 88. How are we looking, Dork? Yeah, they're pushing back on VIX. Let's see. Some call buying coming in. Not a lot of put selling. Why not televising MOASS? You fucking serious? Gap fill, you reckon? Then down. I mean, I think they're gonna try to gap fill. I don't know if they're gonna be successful. If they do, we're probably gonna stabilize again, right? We'll probably stabilize until there's enough call side profit taking to propagate another leg down. Although if this fails here, like if this fails, so that's really bad. Yeah, then we could lose like 85, fall to 75. So this is actually a really risky entry. I probably shouldn't take it, but I'm going to. It's just a call. They're kind of having way too tough of a time reversing it though, which I don't like. I'm hoping Jima goes down to 1250 by the end of the week. This morning's highs, I sold in the money 1250 CCs. I mean, you can buy them back at a profit, right? It doesn't have to go below 1250. You can just buy them back when they're up. I sold 14s this morning. I probably should have sold some in the money. Whatever. I'll probably buy them back by the end of the day anyway. Maybe I should buy them back now. Hmm. Ban whoever said Jimmy back to 1250. I mean, it's definitely possible. You said when Fubo breaks 261, it typically touches 3. Yeah. I think that's the case with this pump. It's getting pretty close to 3, right? 286.50? It's... There's like a tiny bit of resistance at 291. That's kind of like the confirmation. Oh, you bitch. Come on. You can do it. And they're really underpricing the fucking call here. Ooh, interesting. Fuck, man. ES is not getting any volume on this bounce. Should we be buying that out of the money put, too? It's too expensive. I'll buy it over here, though. 200 bips a day and I'm bored. Well, this was fun. The thing that was supposed to happen happened. That's the best you can get. That's the best feeling. Nah. Yeah, Bulls are having a little bit of a tough time. I think, yeah, if they get the breakout, they'll be okay though. Looks like they're starting to get a little bit of volume. We didn't quite get there? How low did you need it to go? I wanted to test of 85. We tested 85. I know, because I was bag holding 44.90 puts all day, and they doubled in price. Okay, would someone tell AJ to stop selling bear spreads on the fucking 44.90 call? I'm gonna need you to call Larry Fink, CEO of the universe, and tell him I'm gonna need him to close SPX at 44.50 today. I don't care if SPX closes at 44.50 today, as long as it tests 44.95 right now. You know what I mean? I finally set the stream resolution to the highest setting, and it's changed my life actually seeing the support and resistance lines. I mean, did you make money or not, Popcorn? It still kind of looks like doo-doo for a higher high. I don't think we're getting a higher high here. I, Let me be clear, I'm absolutely not playing a higher high. Fucking fill the gap already, Jesus Christ. Well, that's just icing on the cake. Future is starting to look like it's going to retest the trend now. Not a lot of change in zero DT interest. Still a fat chunk of calls at 4,500 though. If this gets enough momentum to test 4,500, I'm gonna kill it. guess I lock in some more profits. Let's go there. I don't know how come I can't get stopped out, but I'm very happy. Book's getting crushed. Yeah, it is. I don't think we're going to an all-time high. I don't think the risk premium's there. Like, I don't even think this pump is sustainable. I think we went up 100 BPS on like a one fucking CPI print, and everyone's acting like the economy's changed. Do you guys think things get better with deflation? Even if we were to hit deflation, it's not bullish. Like, not fucking even a little bit. Because the Fed will over tighten. They always over tighten, right? I said this before. JPow's following the Phillips curve, and he's going to drive us into a recession one way or another. If he cuts rates, the market will crash, Bips. So you have risk tolerance. Do you think IWM will keep going up? If Berg gets long-term downtrend today, yeah, IWM's squeezing. It definitely could. Small cap shorts might try to get a handle on that over the rest of this week, but yeah, it's pretty rough for them right now. Hey, nice. That was fun. That makes the losses feel a little less shitty. Alright, it's back to the other account. November, December 1. Call 13, 18. Sell the 12, 11 puts. Hmm. We're stick settled cash if not playing options. SPXS? And like overnight? Cut rates crashes market solely because of the JPY USD carry trade, among other things. There's no positive risk premium left in the SPX, so yields are substantially higher than the forward earnings of the indexes. If JPOW cuts rates, that means that rates aren't going to go any higher, right? They've capped, and that means all of the money in equities is going to flood into bonds. Yeah, no problem, man. GME tips? I mean, blown out, if anything. But today showed some positive improvement. XRT's still on reg show, though, so it can get shorted right back down again. This is probably the top of this for ES. Well, we broke the trend a little, I guess. But prior high. So at resistance 45.1350. We're gonna make a little island this week, Dork. We've moved from saddle to island. I don't know if we get the reversal tomorrow, but that's a big fucking gap up. Without a lot of like structural support. So you could get a new low for today, or they stabilize this range. I think we probably close closer to 90 or 95. I don't think we close above 4,500, but we're not in power hour yet, and calls are about to get a hell of a lot cheaper. So we may still see like 45.05 or 45.10 before it fails. I think if we saw 45.05, I'd probably get pretty bearish into the end of the day. Maybe not. I don't know. 4,500 could support quite a bit, I guess. The upside gets substantially weaker from here, though. Why are those fucking puts still there at 44.15? Okay, that's dumb. That looks kind of weak. So most of this was just on the back of that reversal. I don't think it's actually that bullish. Like positionally, things are weaker than they were on our last test at this level, like an hour ago, before we failed. So yeah, this could reject. Which is the 95. 245? Jesus Christ. How the fucker put so much money? VIX is at 14 right now. Dude, if this is a bull flag, it's failing its breakout. The spread of those puts is wider than Karl's wife's legs on a business trip to Manhattan. There's no way we just leave this fucking weird little gap hanging, right? The spread's not that bad. They're just fucking overpriced. There we go. Pips. Puts are overpriced because the MM wants you to buy calls because their personal accounts are long equities. Morons are shorting GME before the most epic $2 rip we'll ever see. It's not the amount of the rip, popcorn, it's the amount of leverage you buy on the rip, right? Can you do something wrong with buying June 24 QQQ puts? You could buy them too far out of the money. AI could become sentient. Time out Carl before I start huffing spray paint. Oh shit. Tiny Delta. So there's some call buying. Who's doing that? What was the high for today? 45.05. PPI is gonna come in hot tomorrow and just like confuse the shit out of everyone. You need an Elton John stream card instead of Tiny Dancer. It would be Tiny Delta. I mean, honestly, that's pretty awesome. Hmm. Bastard. Wouldn't rug? I don't know if it's gonna rug or not. We could trade here. There's more than enough call interest at 4,500 to support everything. Poor 44.95p. How are you gonna financially recover from that drawdown? I think I'll be okay. I might buy another one even. Super greedy though. Look at tomorrow's options, Chan. That's what I should have fucking done. Will NVIDIA testing 500 mean anything to you? Not really, no. Oh, fuck off. Really? Are you gonna have to deposit for SLD? No, I don't think so. That's silly. Fucking absurd bounce, Dork. Oh, that's stupid. To the moon, or just a fat rejection. Remember the ton of in-the-money calls takes profit. We get the piss rejected out of this? Yeah. If they take profits. It's a big if. Cat's losing it in the Discord again. Did he sell fucking bear spreads again? 1 second. Hello. No. I do not. Okay. Alright. Hot mic? Whatever. I didn't fucking say anything important. You never do. Did you just buy a Lexus? I don't think so. But it's in November to remember. Oh, Jesus. I need it more than that. Let's sell it for 3? Yeah, if I can sell one for 3, that's not so bad. Sorry, guys. I had to make a phone call. What did I miss? I wish Kirk would say hello to us like that. I'd appreciate it if you stopped calling me during market hours. I'm trying to keep you on your toes, Popcorn. Yo, dog, we heard you like overextended runs, so we overextended a run off a pullback from an overextended run, so we could overextend the overextension of the already overextended run. Stock exhibit. Calm down, Ben. You've already had one woman flee from your house crying this week. Let's not make it 2. Karl's wife was just asking what she should bring over for dinner. I told her I didn't know. It wasn't supposed to be sustainable. Do I need to buy a call to make this stop? I don't know. I don't know. Good question. How much downs for SLD? Probably not enough. We need like a fucking 500 basis point drop to get back to delta neutral. Just bringing tacos, if you know what I'm saying. I love how you're the one to make it worse, Karl. I was trying to be respectful. Does it seem like every quarter we go close to the bottom of the JPM Chaler? We bounce up and test the top of it. When was the last time we were close to the bottom of the JPM collar? I mean, recently, but before that. October? Last year? I'm a lady of the streets and a freak in the sheets, Karl. After all of that, I made $210 today. Look at you. After all of this, I'm walking away with 50% up on the day. How terrible. Are you gonna be okay? A lady and the freak in a street in the sheets. I like that Trash's presence is becoming more commonplace on the stream again. Things were getting too normal. For SPX analysis Sunday night, you mentioned the TA side, a pullback before testing 4506 late November. Well, that bounce happened early, but now it's looking like we could break the trend. It's a possibility. We're not there yet. I mean, we're like even here at 4506, we're still in the neutral trend. If we were to break higher from here, then yeah, that would start to get pretty bullish. Then we'd be looking at like 4600 of the next upside resistance. No, I'm not. I would have liked infinite gains. That's not a real thing. 4515 close? Probably not. Uh, no, right? That'd be crazy. Chances of PPI ruining this bull run? I mean, I don't think PPI really matters that much. It's already disinflationary, so even if it were a little hotter, it would still be down year over year. What's it time for, Popcorn? Why is Jimmy at a 52-week low while SPY is almost at a 52-week high? Because it's a piece of shit. We've been over this. Why the fuck would you buy GME when you could buy 500 different companies that make money? I know my spread filled, which means we're closing above 4505. PPI in September made the market go up, though. No, the market was just going up. PPI had very little to do with it. Much like today's run probably would have happened to some degree, even if CPI was neutral. Aren't you still holding GME? Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. Trading economics is shaded PPI red. That means it's important. You know what's important tomorrow? Retail sales. fuck? It just keeps going. Is that a new high for the day on ES? It is. Hmm. Are we gonna hold 4,500 into close now? I think I'm okay with that. Watch this rip even more. It's not doing it on 0 DTs, that's for sure. I do need to look at tomorrow's expiration still. Is the market short squeezing? I think it already did that part. But not really, right? VIX is pretty flat here. I think just buying back sold calls from this morning. Yes. So if we don't break 4510, we'll probably close at 4500 or 95. If we break 4510, that's a different story. Oh, I'm not skipping a Michelin dinner, Yaga. How dare you? Like how I bought my GME CCs back at 1280. Hmm. There we go. Spy 450? Ooh, yeah, close. There's a gap from July on SPX. Oh, like, who gives a shit? The MM does not give a shit about a fucking 5-month-old gap, man. The last two major punts have been insane. My calls loved it today, but something doesn't seem right. What? Are you saying like multiple 100 BPS gaps to the upside over the course of like 3 weeks is unhealthy or something? Something tells me this 4470p is dead. Why do you still have a 4470p? I feel personally attacked. I'm sorry, Zorik. I wasn't making a comment on your 4470p. 10 Sigma move, go. It's like 1.5 on the 1 hour. Because it wasn't worth anything to sell anyway. Alright, fair enough. 4,800 by year's end seems plausible now. I think we'd have a basically impossible time getting over 45.92, but okay. 45.92 is Gamma Max. That's monthly Gamma Max. Boom, 4050p purchased. Ew. Why? Gherkin, give me the secret DD for tomorrow, the day of my birth. Which secret DD do you want? You can only choose one. Choose wisely. All right. That was a pretty good choice, actually. I will say it's already up 5% though. There you go, Karl. Black Monday to celebrate your birthday? Ooh, that'd be cool. Headline at zero, worst duration auction in the last 15 years. Of course, this means that the 5% move to the upside on IWM and ETF that represents small companies is people going long. Yeah, man. It's going to be the year of the micro caps. You know what, Dork? We're totally not building a giant megaphone at the top of the S&P right now. This is so blown out, but it's fun, right? Like, think about the RV. Think of how cheap it is to go long vol right now. I'm selling puts here. Oh, wait, you can't sell options. Yeah, that's right, Popcorn. Interesting. What's gonna happen when all the corporate buyback gas runs out? What was the importance of the skew core 1 month chart you posted this morning? I don't remember. Who did I tag it? I didn't tag you. It was for Dork. Don't worry about it. Hmm. Tail risk hedging is getting very cheap. What is long vol puts? I stepped away and went down to the 44.90 level. I did not expect to rip above the prior high. Where the heck does this thing go tomorrow? We'll find out. It can also be spreads, Dork. But we're talking about puts, right? We're not talking about fucking long calls. I think Bob's talking about this chart, Dork. And this chart is compelling as all hell. But should I tell him what it means? Nah? Alright. I'm sure his tinfoil is more entertaining. I wish there was a way I could tell everyone else what it means without telling him. Just have him mute the stream. You can't trust that. Just whisper. Make a Discord channel that everyone has access to but him. That seems really complicated. I don't know how to exclude one person. And I would have to manually include everyone. We should just do that anyway. How can we joke about ludicrous things like NVIDIA 300, SPY all-time high end of year, and they come true? Do we need to be inversing ourselves more? I don't... Sure. What do you hate about selling a 4,500, 4,600 spread for December? I'd hate it less if we were at like 4,550 or 4,600, but I despise it at 4,505. That's not what inversing means. You're just greedy? That's not greedy. That's less risk, right? Because you're receiving more profit. Now, if you'd come at me with, how do you feel about selling a 4,400, 4,500? Eh. Almost time for 15-minute expiry YOLOs. Ah, what's the best time of day? How is VIX still not below 14? This is astounding. Hmm. Rejection? Narrator, it went below 14. It's not there yet. Carvana's saving the market? You mean just ripping because it's an IWN? One 2 DTE to straddle this bad boy? That seems alright. Vol's low enough. Let me guess, it's the correlation trade starting to break down, close. I don't know what you're talking about. I love all these senators getting into near fistfights. British Parliament got nothing on us now. If PPI is already priced in for tomorrow, that means the market should continue to run regardless of PPI numbers. Okay. I already said the thing that's important tomorrow isn't PPI, it's retail sales. If inflation's down because demand is down, that paints a far bleaker picture of the drop in inflation. Gee. I don't know how it's possible the 5% GDP print and 0% headline. Wait, are you kidding? What retail? No, retail sales don't affect GME. They don't sell anything. I want a Gherk Funko Pop. Me too. I can't wait for the new calculations after tomorrow. Retail sales exports. Retail sales are already exports. Don't worry. Will JPM defend their color? Maybe. It'll make the downside moves in this range more volatile. They don't really defend it, right? They just hedge it as spot gets closer to the sold call, and then they drop the hedge if spot falls away. So I mean, it kind of it both creates draws and rejections. Why did you get Tesla puts? I said to wait till it broke below fucking 231. So greedy. Is there any way to get an idea of retail sales beforehand? Yeah, you can look at the consumer sentiment reports over the last quarter, which have been Not good. Anybody else picture the door to JPM's corporate HQ flying open and hundreds of well-dressed employees charging out into the street with melee weapons, screaming, "Defend the collar"? That's exactly what happens, actually. Greedy's selling $11 GME calls for this Friday. Greedy'd be selling $13 puts for this Friday. How's this looking into close? Breakdown or flat? I mean, I feel like I've already put my money where my where my thoughts were on how that's gonna shake out. It's so crazy to think 2 weeks ago we were talking about hitting the puts on the collar. Now we're talking about hitting the calls on the collar. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But I think we're probably gonna close around 4,500. Dork, should I burn my other day trade here if we test 4,500? Or toe ring? Well, I have $3 credit per spread. If we fell below 4,500, I wouldn't really worry about it, but I don't think that's going to happen. How much do you care about the position? Not really. It's... Is it just a guess, or do you base the end of day drop on data? I base it on data. Follow your heart. God damn it, Dork. Break even's 4,503. Because I'm carrying them into cash settle. If I was to carry them into cash settlement. I listen to Celine Dion. Me too. Disclaimer, basing things on data is still guessing when it comes to the stock market. Yeah, but informed guessing, right? Which is way better than uninformed guessing. My puts would go on. Favorite Celine song? Go. It's all coming back to me. And that's the way it is. I hate Creed. I don't have a favorite Creed song. Fubo? Dude, what? God, fucking poor people in your Fubo. What about it? It broke 91. That's awesome. It's gonna test $3. Dude, what? Time him out? I'm about to. Siri borrow rate went up a bit. Fuck Siri. Stupid stock. If you had to choose between Celine Dion or Nickelback to sing at your wedding, which would it be? Celine Dion, hands down. Now, had you said Santana featuring Chad Kroeger, I might have had a different response. You know, Nickelback gets a lot of shit, but Chad Kroeger is a factual Chad. He released a string of albums that all sounded the same, made hundreds of millions of dollars, bought a giant mansion, and married a supermodel while looking like the kid from Indian in the Cupboard. I mean, that's some impressive shit, right? And he's Canadian. Jesus. I have a fractional share of a REIT I can't sell. It's up 17%. Is this a healthy market? Don't you know that the real estate industry is going to be totally fine? I wonder if there's any actual puts at 4,500. There's a bit. Yeah, that's quite a lot, actually. Hmm. That was cool. A scale of 1 to Scrooge McDuck. How greedy is my Airbnb 119C for Friday overnight? Pretty fucking greedy. I like it. I mean, I don't, but I do. Ah, I could have waited, dork. I could have waited and gotten even more profits. 44.95, 4,500 debit spreads going to print. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be cool if my 44.95 put print. It's getting real close. Is closing the spread too early cause this? It's better to take $200 of profit than $800 of risk. I should have trusted myself. But Pickles Penne, thank you so much, man. Is there any case for a soft landing and no market correction? Asking for a friend. I think it's very unlikely that we don't see a crash at some point. Either due to rates being cut, which would be the better scenario for economic health, or due to rates staying very much the same. Thank you so much, man. It's all just short-term derivatives holding up the market. Yeah, well, that's like kind of fun though, right? Hmm. I mean, damn, if we lose 45.0850 on futures, we're gonna fucking sell off all the way back to 4,500 into close. That'd be nuts. Hmm. Dude, it did the exact thing you said. I know. It's 4,500, 44.95. We're 20-cent yay lottos. Well, now they're $5. Nice Barodactyl. Congratulations, man. I figured out what I want to do with Pontiff. It's not going to be fun. We're going to sit down and trade all day. I'm talking all markets and futures. I will ask the questions. You will pay up front. Oh man, those 0DT 500s are feeling the burn, Dork. Is Pontiff an annual subscription for you to manage our port? Absolutely fucking not. They were always short. It's true. Can we just give you, I'll give you 250K to invest for us instead of spending a day eating your eggplant for Pontiff? You can pull 50% of all profits in perpetuity. We could come to some sort of arrangement, I suppose. 50% of profits? How much for the management fee? 3%. One wife. If I buy Pontiff, we're going to Costco with Karl and going to eat as many Costco hot dogs as possible, then try to return them. If you have two wives, your port's doing better than mine. I don't think I have an echo. Might just be you. Just refresh the stream. Come to sunny Salt Lake. They'll set you up. Two Mormon wives is totally different. Yeah, that's not a good deal. Full blown 20% overall port gain today. No contract was sold under 100% gain. Good job, Thunder. One day you'll make all the money back that you lost on Lily. It's definitely not too soon. Too soon would be me telling you Lily's down today. Well, it was earlier. I don't know if it still is. Damn, this is a hard fucking dump into close. What a wild day. $38 BPS so far? 40. Last minute, who wins? Bulls or Bears? I'm already straddled at 4,500. Define win. Ooh, shit. Ding ding. That was wild. Alright. So our future's catching a little bit of a bid there at the test of 45.0625. We'll probably just end up kind of flat in this range overnight while we wait out the data tomorrow. We have PPI in the pre-market, and I think retail sales right after market open, or are those in the pre-market also? Oh, retail sales are in the pre-market also. We have a New York State Manufacturing Index. That could be kind of interesting. Um, business inventories. And that's about it for tomorrow. Business inventories are expected to contract. Retail sales, however, are expected to be flat. They may come in negative. If they do, it's going to be quite hard to push any kind of story of future growth because it would mean that inflation is contracting due to a reduction in consumer demand, um, not due to like actual price stability. So that would be interesting. We also have Japan's GDP tonight, and then a bunch of data out of China: industrial production, retail sales, fixed investment, and unemployment. So it could be a big night for China and the yuan dollar pair. Also the yen dollar pair. We'll see how that kind of shakes out. Today was a pretty big pump to the upside. A little bit of broad commodities moving up. Yields mostly stayed at their low for the day. I guess like the 5-year and the 10-year fell off a little bit more throughout the day. Dollar down 150 BPS. Core 1 month still hasn't reverted to yesterday's low, so volatility is staying relatively high, but some of that's the effect of short calls squeezing out. 3-month correlations continued to drop. Japan carry trade obviously fell off really hard. Bonds didn't really improve from their spike this morning. Volatility kind of leveled off a bit, but fell lower into close. Bond volatility is definitely up today. And, well, that's kind of interesting. On the daily, core 1 month is still turning around a bit, and the cost of tail risk hedging is falling. Usually that's pretty bearish. So when skew drops, puts are getting really cheap, and if correlation's still breaking down to some degree, that may increase interest in volatility, or going long volatility. Lastly, here on the weekly, correlation with VVIX, and the VIX contract in front is picking up. Meanwhile, correlation with VIX and the VIX contract in front is breaking down. It's pretty rare to have that much. It's pretty rare for the negative for VIX and the VIX contract in front to have a negative correlation. This is on the weekly, and it doesn't really occur very often. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. Even at the peak of vol shorting in like June and July of this year, we were still holding like 50% correlation between spot VIX and VIX in front. So that's pretty nuts that, now it's down at like negative 10%. But we'll see. SLD begins tomorrow and carries through Monday of next week. And we'll start to probably feel the effects of charm falling off into the end of this week. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Later.